the technical difficulty there. I think we did get it all figured out. There's a lot of wires all crossed up here in this room. So, without further ado, we're going to have Mark Stoner doing the presenting today. He's going to start off this morning with some features and benefits, a little bit of navigation stuff, just kind of give an overview of the XT. We have muted all your mics for everybody online, so please use the chat if you have any questions. We're just going to try and keep the talk down to a minimum that way. We'll take a slight break right before lunch, 15 minutes to ask any questions you have from the morning session. We'll do the same thing at the end of the afternoon session. But I'll give the speaker back to Mike, or to Mark. Thanks.
All right, so we're ready to go here. We have the screen from our XT being shown. So we just wanted to spend some time today getting to know this control, how it is the same and different from the Ventra Pro, which many are accustomed to a degree, as well as just some of the things that this thing can do and what it's capable of, so that we've got a nice overview for everyone to see what's going on that side of it. So just to start with, obviously some of the big differences end up being that we've got a cover that's not on here right now, but that protects it against one of the big dangers we see in the real world. One danger is market weight hogs, but the other one is like guys with power washers. So, and I think you all can kind of appreciate that having a cover that can stay in place, and when that cover's closed and the screen is black, which it normally would be after there's been no one looking at things, you can just put your hand in front of it to get it to light up. Now in this demo unit, I've got it set to just stay on, so that's at least for an extended period of time. So the cover is certainly a nice improvement over what we get with the Ventra Pro. Obviously, the other big thing is our touch screen that we've got with the color touch screen. The latest software we've got has some graphing capability, as well as kind of an array of information, outside temp, the set point, the average of the room temperature, which zone you're in, and I'm getting a little echo, but anyway, so relative humidity, static pressure is going to be with on the poultry side. Water meters, all the individual air sensors will show up on here, as well as lots of other information. Some of the details of animal info is also shown, as well as ventilation mode, which is kind of important to know. But one of the details that maybe you haven't seen is the graphing. So you can actually just touch the numbers to change this to a different what you're graphing. So then this is doing like a 3-day graph of the temperatures. And if you touch the graph, it goes big. You can go back in time. This is probably actual data, getting back a little bit here. So I had to kind of fake this up a little for this deal. So it's older information. But so, and then you can go forward and back. You can change between zones if you have multiple rooms that you're looking at that are run off the same controller. Cancel takes you back from the graphs. There's also a graph for relative humidity, which we could take a look at, maybe go back a little bit. So that's going to chart, again, hourly averages for the humidity off your sensor. So sometimes that'll tell you a little bit of a story. It definitely does give you some information on that 3-day between day and night as a rule. So that's graphed. The other thing that's graphed is water meter. So again, you have to hit the numbers for that are listed under water meter, and then that'll change the graph to being water meter numbers, and then you can take a look at the graphs. So it's kind of a nice deal, especially when it defaults to the daily. When there's good information in there, it does provide something interesting for us to look at. So that's definitely a big difference. And again, you don't even have to open the cover to see that 3-day temperature. You also get to see the actual numbers for the last 3 days of water usage on the home page, as well as current humidity, current outside temp, set point, all that stuff. And they did put some keys on this main page. Like if you need to switch zone, you can just hit that. I only have the one zone here. Alarms, you can go straight to there. Cancel takes you back. Menu hotkeys is another screen. This one has a lot of the things that we're used to seeing under the various, if you scroll around like on a Ventra Pro, a lot of those things are here. So if you need to get into doing a password, there it is. And you can do everything pretty much on the touchpad and avoid the push buttons off to the side, or you can, so hitting enter gets you into editing, so if you need to do a password, you can do that. So, and we'll just cancel out of there. But like in controller, one of the things that is different is having this saved configuration. So we didn't really have that in the Ventra Pro. If you've made a bunch of setting changes on one of our controls, it doesn't save it both to the SD card and to the board right away. So if you exit, like shut it down right away after you've made some changes, it may or may not have saved them by then. So this is just one way of making sure that those things get saved with the save configuration. So hit enter and it says it's saved, and they're saved on the SD card as well, because then those settings are on that SD card if you need to copy or take it to something else. So are we pretty close to our full group in person here? A few more coming? Okay. Well, it seems to be filling up nicely. We are just going to try to hit highlights of what's different with the XT and some of the things that you can do with it. So one of the things from that homepage, just seeing all the individual sensors is kind of nice so that you know if you've got an issue with any of them in particular. So there's a lot of information you can get right from the beginning. Oh, and we will take questions and comments, as we go too. So if you've got things that you want to bring up, we can kind of detour slightly and go that route. We don't really have a super hard and fast plan here. So one of the things, if you've are used to the Ventra Pro, how many people here in person have experience with the Ventra Pro, at least some? Okay, so we got a fair number. So it's one of the things you're used to being able to do is going right and left to get to the menu you're looking for, the information. The quick way here is going to that key that takes you to this menu hotkey, and you can go straight to the thing you want. So like if it's an input device that you want to put in calibrations for, or if it's going to set up one of the devices, you can do it this way. But the other thing you can do is do the swipe thing. So if you just swipe it, you can get to that screen or the hotkeys. Now on the Ventra Pro, the hotkeys were next to the toggle switches. Here you have to either hit the button that says channel hotkeys or swipe it twice to the right, whatever works to get to those same ones. And now you can get to, like the settings for sidewall fan number 1. And then you can do all the navigating and editing on a touch screen if you like. The nice thing is that where we eventually get to what looks like the old screens, this is still, you can swipe right and left or arrow right and left and get to the ones you're after. the easier way is going to that control hotkeys from the home. And then you can get to things like control equipment status to see which fans are on, which apparently my set point is such that everything's running right now. Must be pretty hot in here. You also can swipe up and down. So it isn't able to show everything on this page. So you can either hit the page up, page down button, or you can just swipe up and down. So it's kind of, most of us are used to a smartphone. If you kind of take that mentality, but still getting at all the same information you get at in a Ventra Pro. And now you get to display all this information on one page instead of on the 2-line display. So you can see there's kind of a real advantage and nothing really to be too intimidated with, because this is a definite improvement over what we had with the 2-line display and trying to navigate things with the Ventra Pro. So, and then, if you swipe around, you get to all the things that you normally want to get at, different types of settings, the history or alarm setups, whatever it might be. And you can always hit the home key on the control, or just the cancel takes you back to that's on the touch screen. So again, you can live without the buttons if you so desire. And I think most of us in the age of smartphones are kind of familiar with that. So does that kind of make sense as far as just the interface, that it shouldn't be too intimidating? We just want you to make sure that you're comfortable with that. So some of the things that you can do with a Ventra XT, there's all kinds of things. The channels can be configured a lot of different ways. We've got ones with variable speed for single phase motors. We've got, up to 4 on one of these boxes. We also have this unit comes with an additional, on top of the normal 14 analog inputs, it has another 14 on a board that's mounted to the top inside. And then it also, on the top inside, is a analog output board that provides 0 to 10 volt for VFD fans, for variable heaters, for lighting dimmers, whatever. Those are things that are all in the software already. So, about anything you can run into, you're going to be able to do. And as far as the kinds of ventilation you can do, it's built basically to emulate much of what was on the Ventra Pro, but it's going to be able to handle natural barns, power to natural, where you have it cutting fans out when the curtains get open, even power to natural to tunnel, or just tunnel barns. That it does all those things well. There's been kind of a tradition. We've had a relationship with Smithfield for a lot of years, so their natural barns and some of their other barns we've been able to address very well as far as the way our natural ventilation works. So on those, each curtain, so like a lot of their natural barns have 4 curtains. Each curtain has its own temp sensor, and it runs independent of the other 3. So they're opening and closing each one to keep the temperature regulated. We've got in software an ability to also interlock that to the chimney or ridge vent, that inch for inch they open the same, which has proved to be a good way to do things. We've got interlocks for heaters and curtains, so you're not running heat when the curtains open. There's a lot of stuff that over the years has been added to this software, to where we've got a lot of features that can help people be successful. So, so that's kind of just sort of a quick overview of some of what the control does. We could also spend a little bit of time. Did that make sense with the graphs and stuff, what you can do with that? because that's going to be kind of a handy one. When you just touch it, it goes to the big one, and you can go back and forth in time on that to get to the information. It's displaying the room average, the high, low, and the set point, which ends up being a nicely done. They also made sure that the scales were even degrees rather than something, 76.2 to 77.2 to 78.2 or something like that. So it's kind of a nice feature to be able to have that. We're trying to leverage the touch screen that we've got here with a nice 7-inch color LCD. So so as far as anything else, as far as navigating, a lot of it ends up being hitting this menu hotkey to get to the stuff you're already used to wanting to see. So if you need to see summary information, that's just 2 clicks. One to get to the menu, to the control hotkeys as well, and then they go to the actual summary. And now you can look at all the hourly data. Well, hourly would be in the history. Here it's going to give you by date, and you can go back in time and look at things. And you see on some of these that there's a calculated and an actual. So like for that pit fan number 1, we're showing that the controller has it running for 30 hours, 31 minutes, 5 seconds, and it only actually ran 6 hours, 31. That's going to be how much time it was running at less than full speed. So it factors that into. So there's a incredible amount of information that's stored in our SD card. Even if you wanted to like track back and see what happened when something went wrong, there's a lot of data on temperature, on what equipment was running. It's a pretty useful tool. So, and then cancel always just backs you up. Menu hotkeys. On this page, we looked quick at the controller info, but we also have like current animal info. Sometimes you can track mortality if you like to do it that way on here. Otherwise, a lot of times people are doing that pen and paper. Or, you can min, vent, and purge. Min, vent typically is a terminology in poultry where they do a cycle time on a fan to get just air exchange that's needed in cold weather. Purging generally refers to either by fan or by curtain, providing that air exchange that's necessary in a building that has cool fans and curtains. So in this case, the purging, one of the nice features is that you can do it by humidity. You can increase the amount of air exchange once the humidity builds up, because humidity also ties back to other air quality issues. So those things are in there. Just when we're talking about maintaining air quality, one of the nice things about the Ventra XT is that add-on board up on the top for additional inputs. It'll accept inputs from sensors that we have available for carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, ammonia. You got any others, Wayne? Those are probably the main ones. So those are ones that, people may be interested in monitoring the air quality in their building, depending on the type of one. Obviously, we have lots of controllers that are in wean to finish or finishers. But, depending on the type of facility, they're going to have different needs there too. I know in some, they'll even be looking at negative or positive pressure, static pressure being monitored. But for the finisher world, so how many are actually involved in servicing or dealing with Smithfield? Okay, so we have some and some that we've had a long-standing relationship with Smithfield that's been good for both of us, but we've been able to accommodate a lot of their needs, and we try our best to provide them the best service we can. It certainly, a lot of those sites are getting these controls, the XT instead of the Ventra Pro. So, it's been a very good relationship, but obviously a hog barn's a hog barn too. So a lot of things carry over. They just have their ways of doing things, and other people have their ways of doing things, but we can accomplish that with our controls. So, because I think we might even have some of the Smithfield people on today. So we're just trying to give a nice overview of what the control will do. Come on in and we'll actually find a seat for you. So one of the things that's a little unique to the Ventra, the way they work, is there's sort of a order of operation how things are done when you're setting up a new barn. So that's also something to take into consideration. If you don't put in a temp sensor, start adding devices first after you set up the first global parameters, you can run into problems because it'll start alarming because it's trying to run things by temperature and you didn't add a sensor yet. The other first thing, when they power up with no settings, it will be asking whether you want to do metric or imperial type settings. So are you doing, we would all assume that it's going to be pounds and feet and that kind of thing, and Fahrenheit degrees. But there are certainly some of these going into places where they want to run it on metric. It does have the capability of English and Spanish. So that would be another thing that so if you prefer Spanish plus and minus, or if you push those at the same time, it'll switch to toggle between those two. We didn't add any other languages, so which is probably good. I can't even handle English that well, so. But when you get started adding things in here, that's a good place to start, is with adding some devices. Even before that, you really should plan it out. Where are all my inputs going to go? I have this many sensors. I got an outdoor sensor. I got these in the room. You can do multiple rooms with these controls, so you can set up a zone that operates completely independently. This room, as opposed to that one, all on the same control. You could even do more than two, but usually you're kind of running out of relay channels after 2 rooms. And then, like in the case of if those 2 rooms were both natural, each of those rooms with curtain sides are going to be able to, all those curtains are run kind of independently, and each room runs independently. They can have their own set point. All that is just individual for the rooms. But once you plan everything out, it makes it a lot easier to just try to input, add the devices, and then make sure once you've got the devices in, you can look at doing the settings for each, setting up what your temperature curve is, all of that kind of information. So anyway, just, do we have any questions or comments or things that, how many have seen the XT before here in person? Oh, okay. So we've got pretty good exposure, and they are definitely showing up more and more. So, and then we're going to try to especially focus on any troubleshooting or those kinds of issues later. But once you start adding devices and then doing the individual device settings after that, usually you want to first get your set point curve in there and how you're going to operate this. One of the things, if it's a tunnel barn, that's kind of critical in our software is determining what stage you're going to want to transition from powered ventilation to tunnel. And that basically means when you're switching over, closing the ceiling inlets and going to a tunnel curtain or a tunnel door. So there's one of the settings in here under temperature control setting. It ends up, okay, so it's all grayed out right now, but because this one isn't a tunnel setup, but in the gray there is enter and exit tunnel temperature. That you need to kind of match that up with where that stage, the temperature that stage of fan where you're switching over is going to take place. Once it goes into tunnel mode, then it makes that transition as far as the inlet side. So it's going to want to close up the ceiling inlets and start using the other one. So like if we looked at one of these fans, if it was set up to run in tunnel and cool, let's say, then there's going to be, then you're going to have settings for tunnel and cool that need to be set up as well. So, and that just tells you if it's available in tunnel and cool, each fan. And then if it is available in tunnel, then if you had a tunnel inlet, I just don't happen to have one in here. Like if we made this one such that it runs natural, which would be powered and side curtain. And if you did where you added it so it would do tunnel, now it's going to have settings in it for both tunnel and so you got enter, exit. Oh, okay. So this just isn't set up. The natural or the powered vent settings would be here. So you can do proportional. You could do it on static, but we're typically looking at proportional where it counts how many fans are on and opens to that opening size. And then now that I've added tunnel as a capability for this inlet, you also would set up those things for when it goes into tunnel mode. So, but this is kind of making a setup for something else work for demonstrating that. But the enter tunnel needs to match up with wherever that fan is that you're gonna want to be in tunnel. You're going to a larger total capacity of fans than what the ceiling inlets are going to handle when you make that transition. So any of the individual device settings can get to from here in the channel hotkeys. So like we looked at on a fan and on an inlet. Feeders, we realize that lots of people have like smart IRs or halos, and the timing and stuff is all done there. You can set up timing here so that, like for instance, you have 2 hours that it doesn't let that feed line run, then an hour that it does, if it's filling for a finisher. So, and then if you have that in combination with a sensor for the current on the feed motor, you can actually track how much it did run, and which would give you an idea of, well, one thing it would tell you health. It would also tell you if everything's working right, or if it's running and running all the time and it's never filling up. It might tell you that you got a bridge in your bin, or so that's kind of one of the things that's in here. But sometimes people just end up using the toggle switch for on off because they've got those other devices taking care of their timing for running feed. In this case, I don't know that we have any There's no variable fans built into this setup. Heaters, pit fans. So this one's just a real small finisher with some little fans, but they're all broken out. They broke out some of their pit fans. So that gives you a little overview. What kind of things would you like to see in this control? Because I can answer any question or guide you wherever you want to go. Any thoughts of things that would be interesting or you'd like to see more of? Yeah, go ahead. Lights, you could have it turn on and off lights. So in this case, oh, that one's added, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything. Oh, here we go. Okay, so they set up just a timer. So you can actually have lights on and off. There's light control and dimmers, obviously more of a thing on poultry, but if you want the lights on, they can definitely set it up that way.
You also run through some of the.
Oh, on the heaters. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. So we'll just go to hotkeys. And this thing will actually work on things like variable heat as well, like the LB White smart valve ones. But this one is just an on-off. In this case, the top row on here, he's got set for various sensors and that he's using for that heater. So sometimes you've got a heater and there's a sensor that's just too close to where that heat's coming out, and you just want to eliminate that one. You can pick the other 3 or whatever to be used for the average if you want to do it that way. Or if you want to make sure it's the ones that are in the part of the building being heated by, you got 2 box heaters, you can choose the sensors you want to use for that. On and off temp, that's just normal. And then how much difference you might have when it gets down to 66, it'll kick on. And then when it gets up to 68, heaters traditionally always overshoot. So they're going to come up some even after they turn off. So sometimes you might want that a little tighter than 2 degrees, but that's what this one's set at. The part that Chad was talking about is that you can actually put in what the BTU rating of the unit is, and then based on the runtime, the accumulated runtime, which is recorded, you can actually get some information. You're thinking is out of summary? Is that where we would find that? I'm trying to think where. Oh, yeah. So I think there's got to be something else we have to set up in order to get. Oh, maybe if I go back in time. There we go. Okay. So there is some actual. The one heater doesn't seem to be running too much, but it can actually track that based on. But you have to do the setup on that. If we go back to this page, the system control device setup for the heater, when you set up that output device, we can set up the time on that. No, that's not where it does. I'm on a feeder. Okay, sorry. That would make a difference. Okay. If I go to the right thing here. Oh. Output device settings. Was that in there? So how does that convert to gallons? That's what I was kind of wondering.
BTUs.
So it
It's
can
91,000.
But is it assuming LP then? I would assume it is, but
Yeah,
okay.
not far.
Oh, it is similar. Okay. Okay. All right. So there you go. You can do that. We're not getting too much information off this one. Apparently it was quite warm out and the heaters weren't running. Yeah. Yeah. They're definitely like a furnace, aren't they? You get a market weight hogs in there, they're going to produce a lot of heat. Okay. So that's a good one. What else do we have for features that are,
Mark, could you talk a little bit to what is the biggest what
Yeah.
you can do?
Okay.
There's a lot there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did mention that mounted on the top inside here are those two boards. So you can have a lot more sensor inputs. You can also do 0 to 10 like VFD fans. And there are getting to be more and more applications for that. You can also do variable heaters. So those boards are in the XT. You could add them on to a Ventra Pro, but there's not always an easy way to do that. The circuit boards inside this thing are very much, many of them are the same between the Ventra Pro and the XT, which is good for parts availability. So there aren't multiple toggle switch boards or relay cards. Those are all the same. Obviously, the front display here is different, and so there's, as far as a parts thing, that's going to be different. But the capabilities, obviously, being able to see more information on the XT is a huge advantage. We also have certain features that are being added into software. I mean, like we saw with the graphing that we've got, it's really only here on the XT, and it's going to be the focus for our software development going forward. We've been working on controller software since the 1990s, so everything you learn you kind of build on, but this is sort of the platform we want to really focus on going forward, because it gives you all this information that at a quick glance you can actually see, and it certainly is a benefit to not have to open it up. Trying to think what else we would have. I mean, with the 0 to 10 volt outputs, those variables, that's already ready to go. There's certainly some benefits. What else would we have? Oh, the door. Yeah. So yeah, when we mentioned that, that's a huge advantage. Guys with power washers can do a lot of damage. And the fact that you can keep this thing closed and just let it run, and when you put your hand in front of the little sensors just down below, well, I can't really show you, but it's just a little sensor on the front that can see your gloved hand or regular hand held in front of that door with it closed, and then it'll pop the light on and you can see all this information on the home screen. It certainly saves some steps for a lot of the navigating. It fits with the way people live these days. With touchscreen devices, we're all used to that. So I know for someone that's a little old school to put one of these in one of his barns when he's got Ventra Pros and the others, he might be thinking, oh, maybe I just want the same thing. It's a definite benefit to have all this information ready as soon as you walk up to it. Even just having that graph is going to be helpful, so that they can know that things are working right or not. They can see all their temp sensors individually. That's kind of a huge one. You don't have to look for alarms to see which temp sensor quit working, or that kind of thing. And certainly, you know, a lot of these additions, we've done different sensors, but there's anything new that's going to be happening is going to be focused on this platform going forward. Okay, so what else? Where should we go? Yeah, yeah, I can. Okay, so I'm not real familiar with this setup. I just got these from somebody else. So if I wanted to add a variable fan, I could. 15 and 16 are open, and that's a common. The variables are generally configured on 7, 8, 15, 16, 31, 32. Those are the channels that output channels that are available for what we call a chopper circuit. It chops the voltage to slow the fan, starve it. You basically starve the fan to slow it down. That's the common single phase approach. Three phase or a single phase that's running a drive, that's VFD, and that gets pretty expensive. So the traditional has been this kind of variable speed. So if I was going to add like on 15 or 16, that if I'm starting from the home page, I would just go over here to system control device setup. And one of the things they can do is add a control device. So you can also go in and change some of the settings of how that's set up. Like let's say it got moved to a different relay channel, you could use change. If you wanted to have a list of where everything is assigned, you could do a list, because that would also show your temp sensors and where they're wired, because the channel number that would show up would be where they're wired. So you may know that temp sensor 1 is northwest, but you know, where is it wired into? Channel 2. So it'll tell you in here where it's programmed to, and then you make sure the wires are where they should be. But if we're going to add a control device, for instance, here in the case of a variable pit fan, just choose that, hit enter. Each fan that you add that's this same type, a very pit fan, is going to have a number to distinguish it from the other one. So the first one is number 1. Z1, that's zone 1. We're going to have it in zone 1. SO1, SO2, SO3, SO4, that's just designating that right now we're in setting a whole parameter set, number 1. You can have multiple parameter sets on these controls. So in the case of Smithfield, they've got 4 as their standard. They've got 1 for if they're doing with brooders for the wean, for a wean to finish. They've got 1 for their feeder pig settings. They've got 1 for a hot nursery if they place little pigs in the warm weather. So, but anyway, in this case, SO1, module 1, it's this box. If you had expansion stations, they'd be module 2, 3, whatever they would be, whatever they were set for. And then in this case, I need to change channel 1. It's going to be wired up to 15. Well, let's do 16. Hit enter. Are you sure? Enter. And you could be doing some of that over on the other keypad if you're more comfortable with that, but that's the easy way to do that. Then going to the channel hotkeys now, my variable pit fan is here. It's typically going to be set to cool. If it's the very first stage that's on, this on and off temperature might be set right around, a little above freezing or wherever, to make sure it runs all the time at low speed. If it's a stage up, so to speak, it might be set for an on temp just above set point. So if in this case, if we decide to change that, you can do 39 degrees for on, and off at 40. Oh, no, I did it backwards. It has to be lower. 38, let's say. Okay, and then the fan on setting. In this case, if you're setting that, it asks you if you want to test that value. So like if we say yes, you can actually run the fan up and down. It'll be running at this power level while you're testing it. So it's running too slow. You think it's probably going to have trouble with any little headwind. You know, you can adjust it to where it's a good minimum level. So let's say we end up at 30. So that's kind of a nice feature. If you ever want to test variable speed, you can just go into the settings for the fan and take one of these that has a power level, and it'll give you the option of running it up and down live. So the fan will be doing what you're punching in numbers for until you find where you like it. So in this case, it's going to start and run at minimum at 39, but where does it start ramping up from that 30 power level? That's this next thing. So this would be, you know, probably at set point or something. So we do, you know, like 70, and then maybe ramp up for a couple degrees to, let's say, to 73, let's say. So now the ramping range is between that ramping start and the full power temperature. So as the temperature rises, it'll speed up, heading for full power of 60. We're not going to change that. We're going to just run it by temp. Now this fan will run at minimum all the time and then just ramp up when the temperature gets above that start ramping of 70. So let's say that's our set point. So there's nothing else really in here. Generally, this use for proportional control is if you're doing certain inches of opening for a number of fans running, then you need to have that fan set for yes if you're going to count it. If you set it as no, it won't count in those numbers for the inlet. So when you do, you know, a setting of, you know, one fan or half a fan or whatever, then that needs to be set as a yes if it's going to count. Some people might set this very first stage one as a no, and they'll just keep the ceiling inlets closed. So that's another option. It's a lot of flexibility here. Most things can be put on any channel you like. Now that we've added that fan, for instance, we can actually go to current equipment status, this one in the top right, and it's going to show that variable fit fan number 1. Oh, at the temperature we're at, it's already running at 60 of 60. But if it was running at the 30, you know, if the temperature was lower or if my set point was higher, it would be able to track that down. It's also current equipment status is where we find the 24-hour water usage information for the past 3 days. So the 3 entries are from the most recent to 3 days to, you know, 2 days ago and then 3 days ago. And then it also runs total gallons. That doesn't look like that's been reset in a while. Anyway, don't look too closely at the data. I got this from someone else, and I'm not sure what the deal is on that. But this is a pretty useful tab just for looking at where things are at. The inlet opening sizes that are shown here, that's where the controller thinks they're at. And if you manually move that inlet closed, it doesn't change where the controller thinks it's at. So that's kind of in working with ours, that's kind of an important thing to remember, that it thinks it's where it thinks it's at. And if it doesn't run in auto to move, it doesn't know it changed because it doesn't track the manual override. But anyway, but there's a lot of interesting information in here as far as if you want to know what the controller is trying to do, that'll help you if you're trying to troubleshoot. But this case seems like everything but heat seems to be running. Okay, so that's
in picking different topics, something not hit everybody, but hit everybody. Go a little bit over the cycling.
yeah. Okay, that'd be an excellent one on purging and curtain operation. So in the case of this one, we do have sidewall inlets, but that's not curtains. So maybe I'll just add a couple of curtains on here so that we have them. So again, I'm just going to go to the add a control device, and you know, you can swipe up and down. So this goes through the whole list of all the devices, whether it be inputs or outputs. So like, we didn't really talk about whisker switches for power to natural barns that you can provide an input. And there's a few different ways those can operate. Position sensors that'll, you know, track position by where that potentiometer is at. But anyway, what was I getting? So we were just going to add a side curtain. My first side curtain, zone 1, module 1, channel. I don't remember what was available. Maybe 21? Is that okay? Yep. If I had chosen a channel that already had something, it would have told me that I couldn't do it. But here it's asking if I'm sure. So we'll go with that. And now it should be, oh man. It's a good thing I picked that one. I don't actually have the 32 channel, it's only a 24. So in side curtain settings, you're going to have an open and close temp. These typically aren't going to be 10 inches. I don't know why that's the default. So let's just say it's 3 inches in 3 minutes. And four inches in 2 minutes. How about? Okay, a little more realistic, because usually you want it a little more aggressive closing. Like if the temperature changes quickly, you might be getting rain or who knows what. So you'd kind of like it to start getting closed up a little quicker. Typically these are set as natural only. We've got opening size has to be put in. The reason we have to put in a full opening is so that it can know what an inch is. So based on the travel times, this open and close, that's a pretty slow curtain machine if it's 6 minutes full travel, but that's possible, I guess. So it's going to take 48 inches divided by 6 minutes and decide how many seconds it is per part of an inch or whatever you're going to be moving it. So that's the reason that has to be halfway as accurate, is otherwise you tell it to open 3 inches and it opens 1.5 inches. You're probably might not get past the overlap or something. So just important to get that correctly done. There's some different settings that we've got as far as if you want it to exercise, like if it's open for days at a time in the summertime, it'll get moisture or rodents out of there. If you set up how many, like every 2 days that it's not moved, you force it to go up and down once just to make sure it's been used. A resync just helps it to be back on track. So when you're doing, a inch or 2 inches, incrementing up and down all day long, you're going to build a little bit of air. You can force it to go to full open or full closed, whichever is closer at a certain time of day. And then it'll help keep it a little bit better in calibration without any position sensor or anything like that.
Mark, did you review the grade out?
Oh,
Ones that were
okay. Yeah, the grayed out things are
not what the grade
okay. Yeah. So in this case, I think we're going to have to, let's see. If we change no, it's not the operate, that's fine. Oh, I have to set up purge and then assign it to this. So, okay, so right now, like the tunnel that's grayed out below the operate as temp natural, if I were to change this thing to operate as natural and tunnel, but there's really no point in doing that. You're either going to, usually you're using a curtain that's a tunnel curtain for tunnel and a sidewall curtain for sidewall. So that's typically not done, but we can go into just a little bit. There are some other things in here. Maximum opening below a certain temp. So some of these things require other things to be set up. So we can go back to the this page and get into one of the settings is for having a purge set up. So in this case, we don't have purge set up. Because that's grayed out as well. Let me think, how do I get this added? It's a good question. Because now I have the curtain. So if I go to the channel hotkey and to the curtain, okay, so now I'm forgetting how to do this. You raised a good question. So is it because he's already got min vent set up that I can't do a purge? Is that the deal? That's a good question.
Can you explain what they
Oh, I probably need to. Let me just go to the output device. No, that isn't set there either. Okay, so, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'd have to research that one. But
they were high.
Yeah, most of those grayed out ones are just what you can't have because something else isn't set up.
Yeah.
Or if you change the operation mode, you can get at.
So if we could see those, what did that menu item?
Oh, okay. If you could see it, you mean like I'm supposed to be able to read this gray? So
Yeah.
There's one for static pressure. We don't have a static pressure sensor. There's one for a maximum opening. What does it say? Before temp of something or other.
Tunnel fan.
Yeah, and the tunnel fan only if I change that one shows up if I change this to work on tunnel. So like if this were a tunnel curtain, I could do that, and then the tunnel settings would come and it would gray out using it as a, or if you set it as working for both, which you could do, but again, like I said, I don't think most people would ever do this. Use the sidewall curtain for tunnel and for, so then it'll show up both of those things. So it's just, it's things that are possible for this device, but because of the way you have it set up so far, it won't let you get at them. Because so you can't go setting things that aren't going to help you out any. You have to. So like if you don't have a static pressure sensor, it's not going to give you the menu for running it by static, that kind of thing. So I know sometimes there's a lot of stuff grayed out, but you either don't need it or you didn't set it up so that you could use it. It's one of those two. So that's a good question. Um, and I kind of jump back and forth because I'm a little old school, so I use some of the buttons, and sometimes they do it on the touch screen. But you could actually do everything on the touch screen if you wanted to. For navigating around in it. What other devices would be? Okay. And we have calibrations on some of our sensors too. So, just swiping over to this screen with the menu hotkeys or hitting the menu hotkey button here in the middle of the home screen. That'll get you to here, and you can either get to input devices or output devices to take a look at. So calibrating. So like if you added a position sensor, you need to calibrate that. So there's a calibration thing for that. So we could actually add one and so like if we put a position sensor into this mess, and I'll just leave it on 14, whatever. It's not going to actually be there. Now that it's added, you could go to the thing on the inlet, or would be the getting at the humidity. So like here's one of where calibrations on a humidity sensor are on. Another one would be a water meter. That's a digital input, how many pulses per gallon. So position sensor, you have to assign it to something. So let's just say we're using the position sensor on a C433, one of those black actuators on a ceiling inlet. So once you do that, you can do this, press enter to calibrate. It's going to fail though, because I don't have anything once it starts moving it. So this'll fail. Yep. So anyway, that's kind of nice. It provides you a little feedback on now it runs the inlet close, nothing changes. So it'll just give me a lot of grief out of that one. But basically just getting to the output device, you can, so yeah. Did you want to see something not work? There it is. Okay. So you can get to that from going to an input device. You have to assign like the position sensor to the curtain or inlet, or the whisker switch you have to assign to the curtain that it's going to be on. Like if it's on curtain 1, that's going to tell you when it's open far enough to shut fans off. That's the way that's done. And then if you do have a power to natural like that, where you've got a whisker switch, that obviously is also going to, you can actually set that on every one of the fans as to whether, oh, but I didn't add one. Okay. So I guess I could do that too. We're really messing this up. We'll add a whisker switch just for the fun of it. Okay, so now that that's added, I can actually go to that thing. Whisker switch, so we attach it to our curtain. And then we're going to, oh, there's a couple of options how that operates too. So now it's attached to that curtain. When it gets to the opening size that we set on the fan, it'll cut that fan out. But you can have the fans turned off by the curtain opening, what the controller thinks that opening is, or you can have it turn off when the whisker switch switches. So there's two options for using the whisker switch. So we'll just choose to have it turn off when the whisker switch is hit. And then if we go back to the actual output devices, like one of the sidewall fans that we want to turn off, now it has ungrayed the thing that says fans off at curtain opening of, and we can set that, to 8 inches or just pick a number. So also like on fans, there's override temperature that you can have. So like if things aren't working correctly, at least you'd have an absolute temperature it hits that fan will come on. Little protection that you can build into it. And then we talked about whether you run that as proportional or not. Entry exit tunnel, if you're not using tunnel, everything probably should be no, but if you are, then that yes or no will make a difference. Although I don't think it makes any difference at this point when there's no tunnel mode. But we just said it would have tunnel, so when we did that. So
Same calibration. Length of one.
Yeah.
Sensor.
Sure. Yeah, so like input devices, if you go here, you can actually go straight to the actual sensor you're looking for. So if it's water meter, air sensor, whatever. So like our air sensors, in this case, it says yes for wind speed. So there is calibrations that have to be entered. The other thing even if you're not using it for a wind speed that can be used for an effective temperature, you still have the settings for how long the cable is, what gauge it is. Then it just compensates for the resistance of the wire. So the temp sensors we use are RTDs, which are really accurate and stable and repeatable. They don't vary a real lot, but you put them in a hog environment for enough time, things can change that. Even the cable, if it gets enough intrusion of moisture, will degrade. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong. One of the things that people can do, but probably isn't usually a good idea, is offsetting an individual sensor. So this is where you would be able to do that. So like if you just have one sensor that reads 5 degrees too high and it's messing up the average, and you want to at least temporarily till you get a new sensor shipped in, if you don't have any, you can go up or down, offset this negative or positive from what it's actually reading. So now what it actually uses would be the red temperature with this offset. So added or subtracted from what it's reading. So if it's reading 5 degrees too high, you can do a minus 5 degrees. And then that's what it'll only thing is, I bet you that'll throw off yeah. So now number 2 just jumped down 5 degrees. So when you see one of them way off, one of the things you can check is see if someone messed with the offsets. It's somewhat better not to do that, because now you go put in a good sensor and now you got to remember to go back and take that out again. So that's kind of just a reality of it.
Jumping all around trying to get different topics covered. Can you cover a little bit of copying parameters? Can you go from the XT?
Oh, yeah.
I have a single, search bar or what have you. What does that look like? What are we capable of? Maybe cover something.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. The on the Ventra Pros, some of them out there are going to have a green screen and a green yellow, and the other ones will have a white blue type screen. So we call that a Ventra Pro 1 for the older yellow green and Ventra Pro 2 for but there's no other way to really distinguish those. But the Ventra Pro 2s, those files that you copy from there onto a card for this will be just fine. Technically, copying from an old Ventra Pro 1, the green screen one, and bringing it into here will work fine. Also, because you're always going forward. So this thing will see it's an old Ventra Pro format, and it'll update it to Ventra Pro 2 or XT. So the problem is if you tried to take settings from something newer and copy it onto a card for like an old Ventra Pro 1, and then it'll mess everything up. So, the moving forward, it's backward compatible. Going from new to old to put in an old one would be a problem. The methodology on that is generally you can either cycle power or hit the reset button, and then you have to catch it at where it says to press enter as it starts up. Anybody that's familiar with Smithfield, they have to do that to change settings. So in order to go from set 1 to 2 or 3 to 2, that's what they'll have to do. So they're kind of familiar with that in that whole world. But when you do that, you press that enter. When it says press enter, you get 2 seconds to do it. When it's powering up, it's going through all this stuff. It dims the screen, says something about the real-time clock, and then boom, press enter and you better just be pressing it by then, because otherwise it goes past and you end up hitting the reset button again to try to catch it. So, but when it pops up, the first thing it'll say is, do you want to copy? So if we're wanting to copy parameters, we could do it on the control XT or the Pro, whatever, by stepping through it from that point by changing that to a yes. If you're just loading a different parameter set, you say no and say, I want to go to set 2 from, I'm in 1, I want to go SO2, which is a real common thing to do in the Smithfield world. But if you're copying, you say yes to that, then it'll say which set do you want to copy. If you only have set 1, that's all fine. You leave it at 1, and then it will tell you to put in actually it first asks, it wants to have the source card and then which set, and then the destination card and which set. So in this case, it's always going to be set 1, but the source is going to be what you already got in here. And then the card you're trying to copy to, when it asks for the destination, you have to switch the cards and put it in. You just have to keep in mind the copy from is the source, the copy to is the destination. And that's the way it's termed on here. Or you just pop the SD card in a laptop and you can copy the whole params folder off of there onto your computer and then copy it onto the new card. And then all you have to do is power it up and hit enter to load, say no to copy, and unload your set that you want. So that kind of makes some sense. So The other thing that you would need to basically restart the thing for would be if you want to do a software update. So anytime you like put a SD card with a software update into it, you'd want to do that with it powered down. And then when it powers up, it'll see that you've got a hex file on that SD card, and it'll say, it'll ask you if you want to. So you end up hitting enter, hitting the plus key to choose. If there's more than one hex file on there, you can go through the whole list, whatever's on your SD card, but hopefully you just have one update file, and you choose it, hit enter, it goes ahead and zip, 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 does all the updating, and then tells you to put your regular card back in. So it's kind of a good idea not to have that, the working card have the hex file on, the update file, because every time it powers up, it's going to have to pause to give you the chance to install software, even if you've already installed it. So, I mean, it will, after 30 seconds, will go past that screen anyway, but you know, there's some reason to have separate cards, one for updating, one for the one that's got the settings and parameters to run it. So that kind of covers a couple of important, and some of these XTs when they first came out didn't have the graphing, so that's getting added. I know one of our dealers was putting that in recently, so that I talked to.
Ramping it up.
Oh, yeah, control settings. That's so in a finisher, you're obviously looking at generally having a temperature ramp by age. So you start off high with little pigs and works down to a low temperature with big pigs, obviously for your target temperature. You can go to here to get to control settings, temperature control settings. And in this case, this one doesn't have a ramp. So where it has temp set point here at the top, it just would allow you to actually change that manually if you wanted to. That's for people who are just putting in their own temperature for that. If you want to set up a temperature ramp in here, the key is that the ramps are by age, and then a temperature that's associated with each age. And between 0.1 age temperature and 0.2, it's going to just every day ramp between those 2 points as far as where the set point is. And in here, you know, you could start setting these up as, you know, day one, we want to be at, I don't know, I'll just throw some numbers in here. That would be if it's not going to be 90. That's more of a poultry thing. Sorry about that. You know, so anyway, but 7, put in 80 for the fun of it. Okay, so anyway, now we've got a ramp, but if all these other ones are 0, it's only going to operate when the days of age are between 1 and 7. So you eventually have to have one that's, you know, like 165 days and 60 degrees, let's say. Okay, so even with just 3 points, you'd be able to ramp, but generally you're going to have a different ramp for when they're little wean pigs, and then when as they get bigger, it'll go more quickly to the weight. So now we've got a ramp in place, and now it says at the top, ramping on. And because ramping is on, it doesn't let me do anything. So you either have to change the age outside of the ramp if you want to run it manually, or change your ramp points. So, or yeah, you could do the temperature ramp offset. Yeah, if you wanted to do something from where the set point is now and you want it higher, lower, you can go in here and put in a value. So let's say I want it 10 degrees up. Yeah. And when you change this ramp offset, it now changed all my points in my, like it says, it goes ahead and changed my other values. Everything went up 10. Now it should, when we offset it back down 10, yeah, now it'll change them all back. But you just have to remember that it's going to change everything if you do that ramp offset. And I have seen people think they're doing a good thing by temporarily doing that, forgetting to change it back. And anyway, so I usually like to do the age thing. Just change the age to above your last ramp point, and then you can set it wherever you want temporarily. But if you're trying to warm it up because you got animals coming in, that you can have it on day one, but bump it up or bump it down. But you do kind of have to remember to go back and change it back again. So that's a good point. And there's 12 points that you can put in there.
What's that?
Yeah, so obviously the ramp is changing what our set point is. So wherever you're at in age, the set point keeps changing day by day. Every time the set point, where you set your fans, let's say, so you've got an on temperature, you want it to be, so let's say right now it's 73 and you want that fan to come on at 74 and go off at 73, then that works fine. Now it's everything in those like fan settings, heater settings, those temperatures are really offsets. You put in an actual value, but it's really what's the difference between this and the set point. So where you have the set point when you're entering everything in is kind of critical. So if you base it all off of day one age or base it off of a certain where you're going to have a set point of a nice even number, and the heater's got to be 2.5 degrees below the set point, and you want this to be, you don't want it to go into tunnel till it's 7 degrees above set point or 8 or whatever, 9 or whatever that, you can do that, but you have to translate. The controller's working off of what the difference from set is. So when this set point changes to 72 degrees, then all those things for heaters, fans, curtains, the on off temps all change. Everything moves with it. There are a few things that are absolute in these controls. So like if we go to some of the alarms that are set in here. Oh, I want it to sound alarm. Sorry. The one where you set the alarms is called sound alarm when. The alarms just gives you the list of all the alarms. In the list of alarms, everything that says an active alarm on the top line, that's something you have to deal with. The ones that say alarm history is just in the past, like all history. So, but anyway, here for setting an alarm, some of these are absolute. So the fixed high temperature is an absolute. Temperature above and below, that one actually moves with the set point. So this one also moves with the set point. But this one's an absolute. When it hits 105, no matter where it is in the range, we'll hit an alarm no matter what. So there's alarms you can set for a lot of different things. You can also, if the temp probes differ by too much, it can hit an alarm. Humidity sensor bad, you can have that alarm. If you're not registering any water flow, that'll alarm. There's plenty of things that could be calling you up in the middle of the night if you set it that way. So be judicious, I guess, is the answer to that one, right?
speaking on, you just touched on the humidity sensor. Can you touch a little bit about how you use the function in here?
Yeah,
So you can get
the effective temperature.
well, and even set an alarm 2 years to check it. Humidity sensor per se. That whole function,
Yeah.
kind of setting checkpoints. You know, check.
Okay. So if you set this to yes, um, uh, I don't remember the parameters of what that yes gets you though. That's a good question. I don't think the humidity sensor settings just have calibrations. So there must be some values. I'm sure it's in the manual as to where that triggers, but there are definitely some humidity levels you'll never achieve on the low side. And you can actually hit 100% humidity. So I'm not sure where that's set at and when you do have that on. That's a good question. I don't know the answer on because it looks like it's hard coded in at some level. It decides that's a bad sensor. Yeah, and the other thing that happens in the software there that isn't something you can set, but that is hard coded in. If you have a temp sensor that reads, it's checking those every second or so. If you have one read and the next read is more than 15 degrees off, it'll put a little asterisk by the value, and in due time, it'll throw it out. But it can take a little while. But at least in the meantime, you kind of know what's that asterisk for, and like if you go to current status here when it has sensor temps. I guess I can't highlight that. But the sensor temps, when it says sensor temps number 1, the first value is sensor number 1. The next one is number 2. The next one's 3. And the next one's 4. The dashes means it's not programmed in. So in this case, they only have 3 sensors. But if one of those had an asterisk by it, it would indicate that and usually there's something wrong, bad connection or failing connection that kind of comes and goes or something for it to do that. Usually we don't get weather that changes 15 degrees in 1 second. So that's just trying to be a little diagnostic tool, something you can catch. And then, this information is also going to be on the home screen. So you still have those 3 temp sensors at the bottom, and of course you can do humidity. And yeah, go ahead. I'm just playing.
Maybe we got about 20 minutes till lunch break. I think we had maybe wanted to take some questions.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You want to ask questions? See if there's any questions.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So those that are online, if you've got any questions, you certainly can do that with the chat. And I think Wayne's the one who's going to be checking for those. Yeah. So if you have anything you want to ask about now, we've got a certain amount of time before we're going to have some food coming. So we just wanted to give you that opportunity. And how about anybody else now that I got you thinking about food, shift back to any questions or things you'd like to bring up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can just, I just swiped over one. You can go to output devices here, or I could have just hit the key for the channel hotkeys. But so like hitting either the open or close channel for the ceiling inlet will take you to the ceiling inlet. And in here in the settings, I need to go to the natural fan proportional settings. In the Pro, it would have been just in the list. It wouldn't have had to go to the extra step, but it's showing everything. So in this case, so the settings on this one, a lot of times you'll start off with 0 fans, 0 inches. So you typically aren't going to have it where there's no fans running, but it might be below half a fan, so to speak, if that first one's at low speed. So a lot of times in a hog barn with a deep pit, that's what's going to happen. You'll have the first one, and maybe that ceiling inlet is left at 0 or it's left at a very small opening size. The next setting could be something more like a half a fan. And now you're going to want it to open, and what do we say, 0.7 inches or something. And then you can have a setting for 1 fan, and we'll open it, 1.5 inches, let's say, or whatever. So you kind of just can go up the line on that, but you should really almost find out where that first setting should be when it's running at low, because you want to maintain a certain amount of airspeed out of that ceiling inlet. In the winter when it's cold, that ceiling inlet, when it just cracks and you don't have a lot of fan, you still want to have some velocity out of there so that air doesn't, if you've got the ceiling inlet open too far, that air just dumps out and that cold just goes straight down. It doesn't mix with the hot air that's risen in the room. So, I mean, with finished ceilings, you definitely want to have some velocity to that air. So these need to pretty much be set case by case on site. And if you've got a little Kestrel to, put it up there, you can actually put some numbers to it. But at the lowest settings in a barn that has a certain amount of leaks, you may not see very much for airspeed until you get a little more fan involved. But the real world is different than what the theoretical is in this one. It always is.
And what does the natural interlock?
Natural interlock. You can interlock. You can tie this. If you do all fans, then that proportional, all those fans that are set as proportional and top rating cool will be counted in these cool fan numbers. So if you don't use the interlock, it'll be all fans. If you do use it, then you're going to tie it to, you can set a certain fan to be interlocked. So then it's just going to go by that fan to do the opening size. And sometimes that makes a lot of sense, especially like when we've done layers and stuff. For me, it just makes more sense to set all the fans as proportional that you're going to count, and then just put that number of fans in here, because then you don't have to kind of interpret where that interlock is influencing it. But that's definitely an option, and I know we do that especially in times where wherever that fan is, because normally with the fans you're also setting them all with an on temp that's, as the temp keeps going up, you're staging on fans. So then this can just match where you want the inlet as, the first one, second one, third one, so on, how many inches you need. So, when it gets to 3 of those fans that are designated to run in cool, it'll be to that opening size, although that looks a little large. And then having if you have some goofy settings in here, like here, number 6, where it goes down in the number of fans out of order, that you kind of want to avoid that, because sometimes, and if you try to put in two that have the same number of fans with different opening sizes, that's also going to probably cause it to not work. So it's nice that in here on the XT, you get to look at the whole series. The problem with the Pro is this kind of setting, you're looking at that 2-line display and you're doing one, trying to remember what you just did. When you go to step 2 to 3 to 4, here they're all there and you can see what the difference between, and this number sign 0, 1, number 2, 3, that's just line numbers. So here's your first entry, second, third. That's all that's about. But and if they're not used, leaving them at 0 fans makes sense. So that's what the last 2 entries are. But I don't know what this number 6. That's not right. Because it doesn't make sense that you go from lower numbers and then go low again. And then in this case, where we change this fan to run, we changed, this one isn't. Okay, so this one is only running for natural or powered ventilation. If the inlet was set to run with tunnel, it would pop up tunnel, the same list of settings. For once it's switched into tunnel mode, now it's going to do things differently, because you're going to want to try to operate it. But a ceiling inlet, you're not going to typically do that. That's not the way it'll be done. So cancel. Okay, fine. Okay. So that would be like inlets. What else have we not touched on? In this case, he's got some on-off pit fans. The variable ones are going to say vary on them. So we also have more and more people doing VFD fans, and we sell quite a few VFD fans as well. So that's kind of a neat opportunity for some buildings. What else? We got a few minutes for some more questions or something you want to see. Yeah, right. Well, you never know what the group's going to ask for. So
We did have a question earlier about tunnel settings, which is to
okay. Yeah, we could set some of the fans to run tunnel. For it to transition, yeah, tunnel is kind of a complicated thing with these. So if I think we already changed this to run tunnel, so it's going to have tunnel fan proportional settings. So the typically it wouldn't be called a side curtain inlet, but you could call it a side curtain inlet for your tunnel curtain. And you do the same thing as far as setting up how far it's going to be open. In this case, you'd be changing this to, you're not going to open it all the way at tunnel fan number 1, but you're probably going to have a little bit of a step there. So it's the same thing as far as setting, what kind of settings you're going to have on this thing. So even if you're opening it halfway for the first couple of them, or however you do it, it's, oops. What am I, oh, did I hit I'm sorry. Oh, I'm already on inches, and I'm sorry. That's what I'm doing now. Sorry. I got it. I was on the first thing, not the second thing. All right. So anyway, so those settings have to be made in the tunnel curtain or tunnel door, as far as where it's going to go proportionally, assuming you're doing it that way. You could also, that could apply to if you're using a position sensor, but typically that's going to be to where the controller runs it to. So we've got that. And then the big thing with tunnel is back at the temperature control settings. With tunnel, there's going to be now an enter and exit tunnel. So when it reaches a certain temperature, this should match up with where your first running in tunnel fan kicks in. So this, until it gets to this enter tunnel temperature, that inlet's not going to switch over to working as a tunnel inlet. It's not going to close the ceiling inlets. So this is kind of a critical piece. So you have to make sure that matches up with what you have, that fan you want to be your first tunnel. And then you probably wouldn't have 5 degrees difference on the exit. And you certainly wouldn't have an hour for remaining tunnel. So basically you go into tunnel, it starts cooling good, the temperature starts dropping. You're not going to force it to stay into tunnel for at least an hour at a time. So I don't know why that default value is not very good. So maybe you might do 10 minutes, but you're certainly not going to do an hour. So, and then there's even a enable tunnel when the outside temperature, so that if the outside temperature is too low, it won't let you go into tunnel. And I have seen that one first thing in the spring on a sunny side of, no. Yeah, it's sunny out, but it's a shaded side that the outside temp sensor is sitting at, and it's not quite warm enough for it to, you got market weight pigs in there waiting to, heating the place up, and it won't let you go into tunnel. So it's trying to keep you from having too cool of air come rushing in. But so when things are set at 0, like in this case, that means it's disabled. If you put in a value, then it's going to use some outside temperature as a enable, disable, so to speak. But the enter and exit, and the remain is trying to not have that jerking around between cooling and tunnel and back to cooling and then back to tunnel. You need some temperature differential. Sometimes people, they have their heaters too tight to the cooling temperatures for your fans, or they have the tunnel and cooling too close so that it jumps back and forth. So one of the ways you can keep it from jumping is have a remain in tunnel, get the temperature down substantially so that it can run normally in cooling, hopefully. And if the temperature keeps rising, it'll go back in, but it'll only, it'll save you cycling all the time. Also, that exit tunnel temperature can, you can either go down or up with that. As you go down, it's going to stay in tunnel longer anyway, but just so that it, you're not getting in that transition, because especially that tunnel door having to open and close too often is not a good thing. So that's kind of the key piece to that. And then it just has to match up with where that first fan you're going to use for tunnel is at. Because otherwise you think the fan's going to be having the tunnel curtain open, but it won't open until this enter tunnel temperature is hit. So
I had a question about how you settings, airbag curtains.
No, those you basically have to set it up as a heater. And the airbags are usually all open or closed, right?
Usually 2 settings.
Okay, well then you're gonna have to have 2 heater. Yeah, you might have to break it out to 2, but basically you're gonna have it, switch the operation around. You either call it to operate as heat or call it a heater, so that it's, because on those they're energized to keep them closed and they de-energize to open them up. And it hurts your head when you try to think of how that's supposed to work when most things have to turn on to cool instead of turn off. But yeah, that's what we've had to do, is set them up to either work in heat mode or use a heater as the device type. Were you trying to stump me on that one or what?
Hey, that wasn't me. That came off the chat.
Okay, it's a good question.
That guy's throwing darts at you.
Okay. Well, this is like answering the phone on my normal days. Oh, do you guys all know about tech support? We've got a phone line and everything. You can just call us or even email us. Yeah. 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 I'm thinking though. Okay. No, I should repeat the question is what was requested. Yeah, we forget that we're not just in person. We got everybody. I apologize. I'm not very self-aware there. So the question was as far as which sensors you use to, so if you want to stay to the back of the barn where it's going to be warmer, to make sure the tunnel runs long enough that gets cooled down, that you don't just get to where the room average shuts, starts backing off ventilation. So it's a good question, because the fans are going to run based on temperature. And so like this one we set for tunnel and cool. We can change so that if you have certain sensors you want to make sure you use, you can always choose which ones you're going to use. Now, in this case, this fan is set to only work off of sensor number 1. So once we go to this page, we can go to the next one and we're going to say we're going to use number 1 and number 2, let's say. But we're not using number 3 because that one's up toward the inlet side. So there you go. Now you got 1 and 2. But whenever that fan is used, it's going to use just those 2 sensors. So because it's only using those 2, that's why this in parentheses, the average, that's what those 2 sensors are reading right now. I know it's warm in here, but I don't think it's that warm, but nonetheless. So that's, and that'll change depending on which sensors you're using. But yeah, you can choose to have the fan only use certain sensors, but I don't know that you can change that. If you're using that same fan in cooling, it's still only going to use those 2 sensors. No. That would be nice. Yeah, I better write something down. Hang there. There you go. I like that one. I like that one a lot, actually. Yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah, I'm good buddies with the software guys, but they're not always going to like these things. Yeah, that would be a good place to put that, actually, because then but the realistically, that difference in temperature happens when you're running tunnel as a rule.
Can you just go over temp versus? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So one of the features of this control is having effective temperatures. So like with our air sensors, the capability is there. So in this case, if it's set to use yes, the effective temperature is something that was worked out with one of the universities here in Iowa that provided us with a means of taking the weight of the animal, the relative humidity in the room, and especially airspeed is the main factor in determining what it feels like for that animal rather than just using what the actual air temperature is. And typically this is only, we've seen it done in natural barns, where you don't want to chill them, especially when they're younger, and you don't want to you would think effective temperature could help you from overventilating, because it takes into account the wind chill that the animal actually feels, which depends on how fast the air is moving past them. So when these are set for wind speed, they're going to show wind speeds. So like in current status, the miles per hour, this one's got an erroneous 6.9 miles an hour on the sensor number 1. It probably doesn't even have a sensor for sensing wind speed, but so basically it every once in a while checks to see what the airspeed is. And where that actually gets used, I can't do it here. I have to do it into not current animal information. Where am I going? Oh, control. Yeah. Temperature control settings. So in here, this is where you can actually set how much it uses that effective that it calculates. So you first of all pretty much have to have wind speed to even use this at all. If this little asterisk is all the way over toward the actual side, then it's basically just using actual air temperatures. But the more that gets moved over, which you could move it over, now it's going to use a blend of actual and calculated. The reason it doesn't use full effective temperature is because the way we're sensing that is using so little energy to heat the probe and then see the difference that makes, how much heat is sucked off of it by wind going over it, that it's not a perfect, it can be thrown off easily. So you don't ever really want to use full effective. Going over a few notches is fine. The one thing that you want to be a little careful of if you start messing with this is if you go all the way to actual and keep going, it pops up off. And what off means is that you've just parked the barn like it's empty, and it's not going to run all the ventilation stuff. It's going to keep you from getting alarms, but it's also going to basically just shut everything down except for, so don't do that. But it's perfectly fine here as long as it says actual, there's no off in there. So that's, if you do want to just park it, so to speak, so it isn't popping alarms and not running stuff, and that you're just going to manually run some fans or whatever you're going to do, you certainly can use this, but be a little careful. So that's kind of under the temperature control setting. So where the set point and the ramp is, that's also where that is. It's also where the enter and exit tunnel. This also has I'm done with that. So once I hit enter, the little bar underneath that I'm editing goes away, and that saves that setting. But we've got heater to curtain. So if you don't want the heaters to be able to come on when the curtains are open, enter, exit, remain. We went through all this. So you can put in the current age here, or you can do it under animal info. And we talked about the ramp offset that we can do. Okay. Okay, lunchtime. Well, I guess one suggestion was about a little more information on V-fans, but if we will take questions that might, if you want to know anything on troubleshooting, tracking down problems, that kind of thing as well, or I mean, the whole range of stuff with the controls. So we'll open it up and we'll run this as long as it makes sense, and then we'll bring it to an end. So V-fans, we'll just go ahead and do the normal thing of going. Got our output devices. There aren't any in here of V-fans right now, so I can go to the system control device setup button to get to where you can actually add devices. So we'll add a V fan in here. So we have fans that are very dash, whatever kind of fan. Those are the single phase. The VFD ones are the variable frequency drive ones. So we'll just do, like, for instance, doing a VFD, and or maybe even two. So in this case, when we set this thing up, this will be our first V fan, so it's number 1. Then zone 1. The module will be 2, because the 2 boards up at the top, they're each like an expansion station. So one's 2 and one's 3, and I'm pretty sure that the 0 to 10 board is 2. And then we'll just put it on channel 1. So that adds a device. I can go to output devices. And one thing about the V fans is that in here, the things you have to set up, so we'll just leave it at using all sensors. On and off temp is going to be wherever you want that to be. Then you basically have the setting for power on. So that can be, well, it works the same as the other. You can test it while you're doing it or just enter the value. But so you have to look at with VFD fans, there's going to be, you're going to want to limit the range it runs at. You can't run too low or else it's spinning the blade, but there's no air movement. You know, it has to be within a range that makes sense. And some of that's like with RV fans, we have the parameter set so that it limits the minimum, maximum speed and all that. But, you know, it all depends on, you know, what the fan is and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, you may have to put in a value here where it, you know, where that setting can start. And then just like the other fans, we're going to ramp it starting at a certain speed after it comes on at that 10. Then where is it going to start ramping up would be this start temp, and then full power, that one. The thing with the V fan too is that if you're selling this based on getting efficiency out of it, you know, trying to save enough electricity costs so that this thing will pay for itself in time, then having it ramp up to full and just staying there, once it's at full speed, it's not any more efficient than an on-off fan. Maybe a little bit, but not enough to, if you're going to get a payback, you have to limit where that thing reaches full. If you have a couple of fans, you'll probably want the first one to ramp up to where it's really efficient and then stay there. Or that could be your, even that fan on temp or on fan power on setting that you just have it come on where it's real efficient. And then the next one comes on with temperature a little higher, and then they both ramp up at the same time. So you can strategize this to try to get the most out of it. But the question of what that full power setting should be, you may want to set that somewhere less than 100. You know, so maybe it's at 90 is as high as you want to go because you want to keep it in the efficient mode. So there's a lot of things to consider with V fans, especially when you're trying to get efficiency out of them, which is the way you get the payback. The other advantage of a variable speed fan is to try to keep the transition and ventilation to be nice and smooth and not, you know, like when you switch on a fan and you over ventilate a little and then it cools down and it switches off. This helps to keep things consistent. The Europeans are really keen on having very smooth transitions on that. But so there's a few things to consider. The other thing that's going to happen with this VFD fan is it's also going to, after you've set these things, oh, I don't need to do it again. So, oh, okay. So here's the other thing is, so you can set the control, what the output from the Ventra is going to be. It can be 0 to 10, or it can be 10 to 0. So some people like the 10 to 0 so that if the voltage goes, so that like if you get a loss of power, it'll tend to run that thing full rather than, so the default would be like to the 10. So there's a reason for that. I know some of the dealers like to do it that way, or the standard 0 to 10 being 0 to 100%. You can do it either direction. So it's up to you. And then you can have an enable channel. That's what this is at the bottom, this power relay, which would be where we could set up that on module 1 of these relay channels is set to operate just an enable. So once it gets above the on temp for the fan, it will turn on the ability for the drive to run. So there's a digital input on the VFD drive, the actual drive that actually will take this. That's probably not going to be, I think I'm going to cancel out here because I don't know what I've got for channels available, but you can set up a channel, which if you do that, you also will end up with a spot on here. So if I would have set it up for one of these blank spots, I guess I only have 2 left, because technically I don't have this 4th column in here. So you can have an enable. Otherwise, you can have a jumper so that it's always enabled, and then whatever voltage you send it runs it. And if you send a 0 volt, it's going to be off. If it has a certain voltage, it's going to be whatever speed it's supposed to be based on what the control is doing. So I have gone through, I know Phil, you asked about this, but for the Ventra type controllers, I did go through with our V fans and our control, some ideas on how to get a kind of optimal. So I could share that with you too, if that's helpful. Because it is complicated. If your real goal is trying to get that efficiency, then having it ramp up and stay most of the time at full speed isn't really gonna get it for you. You're gonna want to try to figure a way to keep it, either never let it get all the way up to full speed, or bring the first one up to the sweet spot, the second one to the sweet spot by temperature, and then after that ramp them all. I mean, like if you did tunnel fans, we've seen some people put in VFD fans for all their tunnel fans, which is a lot of expense, but there's a lot to the strategy of how you operate them. And most people aren't doing a great job of that. It's not easy. So I don't want to make that sound like it's so imposing that we shouldn't do V fans. It is possible, but you just have to think about what you're accomplishing and what you need to do to get there. So we do have some suggestions on how to set that up. So I can share that with you. That's a good question about V fans. And if you do have an enable channel, then at least you've got a place to go to look at the settings here off of the hotkeys. So anything else with V fans, or what else were you thinking about, Phil? Any? Okay.
Just for sidewalk ventilation
Yeah.
and internal. Fans. Forward.
Yeah. Okay. So you've already kind of crossed that bridge, but that's really necessary if you're going to be successful at these things. to bring them up, and then, I mean, or even start them at an efficient point and then ramp them up together is the kind of the way that you're going to get the most time in that really highly efficient. And if you look at the test data on those V fans, it's amazing kind of efficiencies you can get if you're running them at the right speed. But at some point, you're going to need max ventilation also. So you do have to ramp it up eventually. It's a different strategy than what you do with non-off fan. That's for sure. All right, that was a very good question. Okay. Any other questions or things that happy to go into troubleshooting, wiring, whatever, you name it. We'll go wherever we need to, or if you want to see something in particular on the control or whatever you'd like, we can go there.
For the top couple items you did.
I mean, we've obviously in tech support, we see all the problems, which, you know, it's like things that have been in the field a while and now all the temp sensors don't work. And it might be a interconnect board, or it might be a real-time clock not working, having some kind of alarm about that, or about an SD card, or those kinds of things that lead to either replacing the SD card or the main display board, the HMI that we have on there might be one of the things.
Have to be
Yeah, if on SD cards, as far as if you're going to replace one, the key to it is that it needs to be formatted as a FAT32. On a Ventra Pro or a Ventra XT, if you were just needing to replace it, you can go to the store and get one. And if you have a just one parameter set, then it's fairly simple. You power the unit down, you just replace the SD card and away you go. But that SD card, if it's going to be FAT32, that means it should be the ones that you pick up off the shelf that are like an 8 gigabyte, 16 gigabyte, or 32 gigabyte will be already formatted like that. And you'd be able to just power it down, put in the new card, power it up. On the Ventra Pro and the Ventra XT, when they power up, they draw the settings from the circuit board memory, not from the SD card. If you want it to load settings from the SD card that you've just put in there, you have to catch it at the press enter, say no to copy, load set 1, let's say. And if you only got the one set, it's really simple to change an SD card. You power it down, you switch it, you power it up, because it'll start running on the settings you had. It'll eventually save those settings to the SD card as well. So it keeps track of every change of parameter. So the settings, even if it's just a change every night at midnight when the ramp temperature changes, it'll save another set of the settings. It keeps track of all the history, all the alarms. So that's all kept on the SD card. SD cards do eventually wear out like any memory, but when they do, that's I have seen people go to Walmart and all they find is cards that are 64 gigabyte or bigger. You can pop that in your laptop or whatever has a slot for an SD card, and then in File Explorer you can choose it and choose to format it, and format it as FAT32. You'll only have 32 gigabytes max of storage after you format it, but that'll last as long as the card lasts. You'll never run out of space.
And speaking of history, a lot of the feedback we get from the producers, dealers, is the history. How often you should go through history. What do you do when it gets full? Maybe
Yeah, and that's a good question. That's from the Ventra Pros. The BP ones, or the ones with the yellow green screen of the Pros, those would have a definite issue after running for usually a few years of having enough history and being a slow enough processor that trying to keep the file structure all straight would make those things run slow. You'd push a button and you'd wait, and then it would do something. And, you know, if you've ever seen one of those older Ventra Pros, that's what they're like. The speed of the processor in the white screen Pros or on this thing is such that it's not really an issue as far as cleaning out. The solution on those green screen ones was to take the card out, put it in a laptop, and then delete out previous years of history, and then it wouldn't have to try to organize it, all that in its little tiny brain. So the new ones are much faster. They never have an issue with that. But the old green ones, when they've been in the field a while, they always eventually kind of hit the wall on speed. So
When they hit that wall.
yeah, or even sometimes it's trying to do that in the background and going so slow that anything you're trying to do is like, oh, this thing's taking forever. So yeah, clearing out some of that. I mean, the simple way to clear it out if you don't have a laptop or something is just put in a new card. And when you put in the new card, you're starting over from scratch on alarms and history, you know, from today.
Hey, Mark, an online question. Walk through the steps of loading it.
I think I got to open it up and swing the cover, and I don't really want. I'd rather not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. So anyway, the question was to actually go through those steps when it reboots, and yeah, I'm just going to avoid that one just for today. But it's pretty simple. If you hit the reset button, it just reboots basically. So if you ever, instead of cycling power, you can always reach inside and on the cover or the back side, the little red button for hitting a reset just forces it to reboot, which is basically the same as starting it up from scratch. There is one of the things that happens if you've had a problem and it's had a bunch of alarms, like whatever, position sensor or whatever, a bunch of alarms, and you're trying to get them all deleted out of the active alarms. A simple thing to do is to power it down, well, fix the problem, but power it down, power it back up. And when it starts up, part of the startup process is checking those alarms, and then it gets rid of ones that aren't present anymore. Otherwise, it's waiting for somebody to acknowledge the active alarms. So it's just one way to not have to, we've got like 20 slots of alarms, and if there's a bunch of active ones hidden in there, it can be challenging to delete them all without one coming back sometimes. So that's just a simple thing you can do, is just power it down, power back up, and it'll start recounting if there's problems, or start running without active alarms when things have been resolved. A good question.
I think we do have something on YouTube.
I believe so. I believe there's a good YouTube video for doing that startup. And you know, I know anybody that's familiar with the Smithfield, they've done this a million times, but for others, yeah, it's be nice to actually be able to see that where that takes you when you catch it at the press enter and go to that screen. Which you can, if you reboot it by hitting the reset, you'd get to the same spot. You just have to wait to get to that. Thanks for asking, even though I declined.
Online question.
Okay. Getting any other chat things?
No.
Okay. Any other things that might find interesting or, I mean, we didn't go into all the, I mean, obviously there's a lot of depth to things like history and summary and drilling down to some details, but my day in, day out is working on a controller in my office that doesn't have any good information on it. So I rarely look at the history because there isn't any. But I know on a day-to-day basis, people that have the controls definitely do. They're looking at the history and summary. And the one piece of that in the control equipment status at the bottom of the list is something that probably should have been in summary, but it ended up over here, this 24-hour water thing, which I don't think is registering quite right, but it gives you those 3 days. But again, that's another one of those things that, you know, if that's something you're required to record, at least now you've got a trend between 3 days, knowing if you got some kind of, you know, if your water usage drops, that can be a health issue, or if it goes way up, you could have water everywhere somewhere too. So many problems you can have. Okay, so history does the hourly, and summary does the daily history. So what you're probably thinking of is more summary information, and let's see what we've got for. I just hit the button, but you could also do it from that second screen, the one over from the home. But so, and you're looking for a water meter. Okay, so okay, so we've got high, low. Okay, and this is based on date. So a daily, in this case, like water meter is 7:04. You go back a day, 7:02, back a day, 700. You know, so 7:15. So it's all staying pretty much the same. But you can just the plus and minus key, or on screen, it gives you the plus and minus to go forward or back in time. So in the summary, it's largely just daily for all the devices, including like that water meter sensor in this case. The other nice thing is being able to see the high and low temp and when that took place, which hour. Because basically when it compacts the database, it takes all the readings for that hour and comes up with, you know, those values, and then it compares all the hours and all the days and all the years if you want to do that much. So in this case, it just does, we're looking at day by day, but at least you can see what the room temperatures were doing. Pit fan 1 having an actual of 0 sounds like somebody had the toggle switch off.
C means pulp.
Yeah. So This is really, the actual is going to be how often the relay was turned on to run it. So it's the relay is not coming on if somebody turned the fan, turn the toggle switch off. If the motor's dead and the relay is turning power onto the motor every time, the control doesn't know any better. The only thing on feeders, it does track whether there's motor current or not. So during the period that the feeder's supposed to be on, it does track how long there was current being pulled, meaning the motor was running. So you can get that information off the feeder. Although, like in this case, they're showing the same called for an actual. Yeah, but that pit fan one was, maybe the motor was bad and somebody just switched it off, but they wouldn't even have to switch it off if it wasn't running. They could turn off the breaker, so there's a lot of things where you think you'd know what's going on, but it is interesting out of the history and summary is that you can track exactly where the temperature went to, what equipment was on, and if somebody flipped a bunch of fans off. The worst case one on that is like in the spring, we get a really hot day and they've got all their tunnel equipment turned off and this thing goes into tunnel mode and shuts off the fans that are in cool mode and nothing runs and their temperature goes high and they could even lose animals. It's people have to be a little careful with all this manually shutting everything off and not remembering that it might need to run them at some point. So, but all the information is recorded. So how high the temperature got and which fans were off. And, when that actual is 0, they go, well, somebody didn't let that, they had all those fans shut off yeah. But it is kind of amazing the depth of data that's recorded. Okay, so that's a good question. And in the history, you can actually drill this down a little further too, as far as some of this information. But there's a lot of stuff that's, oh yeah, because you even have the details in the last hour all kept in there. And the nice thing about this too, if you're kind of looking back to see when something went awry, you can go back to what the temperature was outside as well and track it against the inside temperature and then what they were doing ventilation wise. So you can recreate when people did something wrong too. Not that that's what we're here for. Hopefully we're getting them to run it right and never have problems. Okay, what else do we got? Any other kind of just troubleshooting our controls or issues you've seen or things that would help getting things resolved quickly? Because we do have our tech support line number too, so. That's a good question. So I'm trying to remember here to reiterate these things for those that are online. But the question was that if you make changes to what equipment you have, you add devices into SO1 setting or set 1, what happens in 2 and 3 and 4? They're totally distinct. Each set of settings are like a complete set of settings to run it. So the changes you make in set 1 don't transfer over into 2. You have to go into 2, catch it at press enter, no to copy, load set 2, and then go in and make the changes. So yeah, it's unfortunately, it's totally distinct. There's not a simple way to pass those edits along from one set to the other. because it's basically affecting the entire operating settings for the control. And then when you switch to the other one, it puts in a whole loads of different set of settings. Now you have to make the same changes if you need it. So like you move a device, they had to, whatever reason, they have to move it to a different channel. It's got to be done in each set. Good question. Very good. Anything you ever wanted to know, but were afraid to ask? Everybody's quiet like they've got other stuff they got to get done today yet. So
From your tech support side, what are the new user for some of the questions that they call? Turning on. Other than, tech support is
yeah,
used a lot more than just what the states.
yeah. It does occasionally end up being something that they've set wrong or accidentally changed something. If that enter tunnel temperature is set too high or too low, all of a sudden they're wondering why this doesn't, it went into tunnel, but my tunnel fan 1 doesn't come on. But it wasn't, the tunnel fan 1 on temperature was prior, was set far different from where the enter tunnel was. So, that kind of thing.
Like your tunnel set at 88.
Yeah. So now, or if they've got the, it enters tunnel way too late compared to just when they only have one fan left to come on, that kind of a thing. And so people do mess up settings occasionally. Usually it is some sort of hardware issue that they're trying to figure out. But I'm trying to think all the questions I've had lately. I mean, everything eventually, given years of use, is going to have some issues eventually. So we get a lot of those type questions. I'm trying to think what else of interest. And the thing is, in our tech support, we take questions on every type of, oh, my thing timed out. My override for the, so there's a keyboard combination that I can actually keep this backlight turned on. So, but you don't need that. It should, generally the backlight goes off. I think it's 30 seconds after there's no more activity on the keys. If there's no more inputs, it'll just go to the normal state of not running that backlight. But again, when you come up to it, you can put your hand by the sensor and boom, it'll pop right up. So.
Well, Mark, on a new install, what's the logical way? Device sensors, what do you?
Yeah, the first you should plan it out so you know what all equipment you're gonna need to add. Think about it before you start programming this thing, and then start with devices and start with sensors, and then get those added. Then you can generally you'd go next to like the yeah. So maybe you'd here it's under system control and device setup. So if you're starting off from a blank, there's going to be nothing in there. And in here, you just start add control device. And assuming you don't have to add any zones, if you're running 2 rooms, you'd want to probably add a zone right away as well, for the second room, and then add the devices starting with temp sensors probably would be a good way to start. Oops, I went too far. Air sensor. So, and so once you've got temps being read, this thing's not going to be popping alarms. And then the next thing, you can add whatever all devices. But you may want to, before you do all the device settings for each device, you know, this comes on at this temperature. Again, that's where planning comes in. If you have it, you can display all of them on the screen a little easier with this control, but it's still nice to have a plan. I want to start at a set point here, and I'm going to have fan 1 come here, and 2 and 3, and you know how you're going to stage it. If you have that all kind of thought out, it helps a real lot. Then it's just punching it all in. But yeah, if you start with the sensor and get one added, then you're in good shape. Now here, once in a while, it'll pop to a default of module 2 because the last thing I did was a V fan. So you're probably going to wire the air sensors into not module. I mean, they'd have to go into 3 or 1, but normally they're all going to go into 1 because we got 14 spots on the main interconnect board in the back of this. So you know, you can't just go scooting past all this information, but the set number you can't change. The zone would be depending on if it's room 1 or room 2. Air sensor, the first one you put in generally is always 1. The second one's 2, and the third one's 3. You know, there is some logic to that just to keep them differentiated from each other. And then they each have to be, of course, wired to a different spot, which is the bottom line, module 1, and then channel whatever you're going to do. Once you've added the sensors and what have you, then you can go in and start setting that up, or the output devices, the relay channels, you know, putting in the settings for each of those, where your temperatures will be. Or input device settings typically is just like calibrations and the cable length and that sort of thing. So we put in an offset. I'm going to get that out of there because they do have a clear button, so you don't have to push backspace or on that kind of a thing. But and if you're using the wind speed ones, there'd be a calibration. This calibration, though, on the wind speed sensors, it doesn't affect the temperature it reads. It just affects the wind speed. So if you know, if it's old sensors and the label's long gone and you're never going to know what calibrations are, it's only going to somewhat affect your airspeed. If you can have that be accurate, that's good. If you can't, at least the temps will still read right. Or you can, if you're not really going to be using wind speed, then you'd want to make sure this is set to no, and then it won't show wind speed. But it does seem to make sense to do it in that order. Plan it out good, add the devices, go to the settings like ramp and how you're going to want, where you're going to want tunnel to transition. Again, if you have it all on paper first, you're going to know here's this fan and what temp above set it needs to come on, and where I want my enter and where I want my exit once it drops back out of tunnel. There are some things to choose too if you want to control precisely what's running while it's transitioning from cooling to tunnel, when it's going into tunnel and coming out of tunnel. So there's a number of things you can do, and they do make a difference. Obviously, if you have nothing running while it's transitioning, it may take a little while for that tunnel curtain to get open before it switches on the fans. So did that answer your question, or did I get lost along the way? Okay, all right, good.
I was outside, but did you cover it all?
Yeah, we can look at that. I did mention one of the quick, easy fixes for that is, yeah, just do the restart. But if you want to go into the list and check them out, we'll just go back to the home page. Oh wait, you can actually get it from here too, straight from the home page to the alarm. So on here, I'm sure there's a bunch of things missing possibly, but I'm not actually showing any active alarms. It doesn't look like. So as you page down these, it goes from number sign 01 to number sign 20. There's 20 slots. These ones that show up in here that are just alarm history on the top line, they're not going to be super critical for you. You could reset the count on them. So like this one that has a count of 251, which means it got maxed out at some point. You can hit enter and it resets that count number to 0. But if it's history, it's not counting up right now. So it'll say on that top line where it says on these alarm history, it'll say active alarm. And so those are the ones you're looking for, because those are the ones that the software is looking for the user to acknowledge and hopefully fix it first before they, so that it doesn't just start counting right back up again. So like if you have a bad sensor, that'll pop back in. So some of these alarms that are in here, it looks like, there might have been an issue with the number 13 that this one was probably outside temperature alarm. This one was sensor number 3, whatever must have gotten fixed. Humidity had a few counts back. Although I think most of these were ones that I probably started up on the 25th and I just didn't have those things hooked up at the time.
They're highlighted.
Yeah, they will pop up as red on the XT, which is kind of nice. On the Pro, you just will look for the word active alarm, but here you do get the hint of having the red, which is very nice. You're right, Chad. Thanks. ComFC alarm is one of them listed here, which means something didn't get an acknowledge of trying to run a certain channel. Module 4, channel 13. So somebody had trouble with his module 4, looks like. I don't know why he had so many things hooked up to this. Huh. Or maybe one of those 2 boards that should be numbered 2 and 3 might have been numbered 4. I don't know. Anyway, so the big thing is, you can just look for the red. That's a simple thing. Cycling power is kind of the trick. You want to just remember if you want to get it reset. And because then when you go into alarms, if you hit that button, after you've restarted it, you'll be able to pretty quickly see something starting to count up even before it becomes active. And then once it's active, it'll be red. It'll be obvious you got to fix something.
Online question. A graph is not on everybody's XT yet. How do they get the software update?
So you're asking to get the latest software. How do you get that? Well, I'm trying to reiterate these things. I keep trying to remember I'm on this thing, but I forget most of the time. So it's a good question. Anybody in tech support, if you call the 888-673-2460, they'd be able to help you get the latest software. You talk to somebody in sales like Chad here or Wayne, they'd certainly be able to help you out or point you toward tech support. We'd be happy to, we even have tech-support at val-co.com that is if you want to just email us, whatever you want to do, we'd be happy to shoot you the file and you can put it on an SD card and update your control. Good question. Because we're here to help. And don't be afraid to use our tech support. We do generally have somebody, usually we have somebody and somebody backing up, and it's pretty rare for us to miss calls. So as a rule, unless everybody's already on the line or traveling or in a foreign country or But yeah, I'm one of a group of 4, basically. There's Matt and Mike and myself, as well as Terry, our boss. So we have a nice group trying to provide tech support, not just on this product, but on everything that Valco makes.
Lots of resources, tech support, YouTube channel,
Yeah,
lots of.
That's true. yeah, and we do have an awful lot of things on YouTube. So if you find the Valco channel for YouTube, there's a whole list. I've even got a sheet with a list of YouTube videos. It's probably not totally up to date, but it's pretty good. If somebody wanted that just as a reference, because you could just, because then it's on your computer, you can just go to the link and click and boom, you're there. So yeah, that's excellent, because it's definitely a good resource. We've tried to keep those updated. And with new product and new things to have videos on, we keep having more opportunities to do that. So yeah, so that's in the, like, on here, the animal info. I guess I got to get where I can see this. Current animal information. I guess they have more room for text on the new button, so sometimes it doesn't start with the same word I'm used to. But so you can keep track of, you were asking about just head count, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if the beginning head count is where you would adjust that. If this was actually set at 0, oh, is it not going to let me do that? Clear. Oh, this is right now in the trying to let you just change it. So because if you don't set any animals as the beginning point, this will this got animal. Trying to think where that's at. Point. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Anyway, if the actual count of animals is set at 0, it will also park it, which will make everything inoperable. Essentially, it turns off the set point. Nothing's going to run by temperature, except possibly some heat. But I forget how that was all set up. But it was a way that people requested so that they could avoid having alarms when they were out of animals. Where? I thought I could always do that out of current animal information. Okay. Well, anyway. I don't want mortality. Oh, you'd have to like minus 525 to make it go. I thought I tried that. Did I? Because right now it's trying to do a change to the beginning head count that was already in here. If there is none in there, it is going to go to that park mode. But here I could delete it out if I wanted to, I guess. But I thought you always could just put a 0 in there. So was it in current environment? No, that's not there. Yeah, I think that's the only place you can put it in, but then after you put in a value, it forces you to do a change, like if you're changing the total head count. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that before. I thought you could just put in an absolute number there, but it looks like it's just a delta.
Marky, you just clicked over it.
Yeah, so I know like Smithfield uses passwords, and a lot of people know what their standard password is, but every once in a while you find somebody who's set a password. Now you can't get in there because there's a password and you don't know what it is. So going over here to controller, where the password is at, one password that will always work on the day that, and this is dependent on the controller date being correct too. So maybe I should have checked that first, but, and then let's see if I even know what day it is. March 5th. Okay.
It's February 25th.
Oh, that's right. I changed it. Oh, good point. Okay. So February 25th of 24. So doing password of the day, you take the middle two. So the 25th, add them together and get 7. So there's my first digit. Then, and then the second digit is the first two numbers. For February is 0 plus 2. So the second digit is 2.
There you go.
Or you can call tech support, or you can even ask us to email you the sheet on how to do this. And then I will teach you to fish, and you'll have fish for life or something. Yeah, and then the third one is just adding the year, which 24 adds up to 6. And the last digit is adding up the first 3 digits you just came up with, which is 15. And you take the one, you just take the last digit. So it's the 5. So 7265 should work on this one. So let's see if I'm in. That's right. Level 9. There you go. So that tells you that you just entered a good one. Now you can get at anything and everything on here. So yeah, so the thing to note is that you can call tech support. We'd help you with that. The answer to everything, call tech support. Or watch the YouTube video first. That might be okay too.
Can you run?
Ooh, test menu. That's actually a good one. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. And I don't know what this purple thing at the bottom's all about. That seems like something the programmer put in for his own benefit and then never took it out. But so most people don't need to test the alarm relay, but if you wanted to test it, you could go there and basically hit plus, and I heard it click inside the box. So it just is turning the alarm relay on and off. Yeah. The most common one is like input test. So if your sensors don't seem to be reading right, this is useful to me at least, but maybe not everybody. Oh, there's no device on 2. Oh, everything's like on 7, 8, 9 or something. Okay, let me try. See, this isn't my setup. Hey, there is something there. Sensor number 1. Okay, so right now the 0 doesn't mean anything, but when you hit enter, it will read that sensor, and a value in the 32,000 to 35,000 is going to be probably a valid reading. So a valid reading typically is going to be like somewhere 32,000 to 35,000, but like if this comes back and it shows 65,535, that's like an open circuit, or it couldn't get any information. It just defaults to full scale. So, or it could be a problem, a board issue too, potentially, but it's, at least if you know it's a wiring issue, it's not a short, it's an open. If it shows something down real close to, 100 or less, ADC count, that's going to probably be a short. That something, pigs chewed on it and the wires are touching it or something. Who knows? So input tests, so that could be on other types of devices other than just temp sensors, but that's usually the one. And then if you compare a couple of temp sensors and one, I mean, it should show up in the actual temperatures read, but even if it's outside the range of a valid temperature in the control, which I think is like above 160 or below -60, or I don't know what it is. Anyway, you still could get an ADC reading, and it would have some meaning to me, and maybe to you too, if you know that at least the 65/535 is an open and like under 100 is a short. You can test relays. This one's pretty useful. You can basically tell a channel to turn on and off. So we pick this sidewall fan, hit the plus key, the relay kicks on, the relay kicks off. Basically, when you do it out of the test menu, that means that the control can operate that device. It's not the relay card. It's not, then maybe it's going to be settings if this thing isn't working normally. But the control is able to operate it. So you're confirming that. So what was that? It's going to show that it's closing the relay. So it doesn't know if the motor's bad, if the wire's bad, if the fuse is blown. So those you're still going to have to troubleshoot. So if it's not coming on, but you hear the relay click and it says it turned it on, the LED comes on the front telling you it turned it on, then it's doing everything it's supposed to do. It's probably, fuse or motor or wire, or somebody flipped the breaker off or something. So, yeah, but at least you can kind of decide if it's maybe on the controller side or not with that. One of them that's kind of interesting is this digital input one. I never really knew how to work this thing before, but for module 1, here's what it does. It pops up all 6 of the digital inputs, whether they're used or not. And then the number flashes on and off if it's pulsing. So if it's a water meter, you'll see the number disappear and come back and disappear and come back as water's run. So that might be channel digital 1. But the other ones are just staying put because they're not changing. The other things you can do with a digital input is a whisker switch. So this would be one way of finding that exact position where that switch is clicking. So if the machine is way down the building somewhere with and you don't know when it's actually hitting that point, you can actually find out by watching that digital input. Keypad test to just test the push buttons on here, but that's no big deal. Temperature simulator, you want to use cautiously. You can, if you want to try to ramp up your fans, you can use this temperature simulator to have it use the number you give it, and then it'll stage things for that temperature based on your current set point. But if you make too big of changes, then you've got sensor change alarms popping in there, and there are some things and then you do have to remember that it has to get turned back off again. But it is here. So some people do that for staging. You can't always just move it along the ramp, by changing the age temporarily if you wanted to stage it up too. So there's other ways of doing it, but this is definitely one of them. You can simulate a temperature and force it to go through ventilation. Yep. Yeah, and it'll work nice as long as you increment it kind of slowly. If you try to take too big of chunks, you can get alarms from, the temperature changing too much between reading 1 and reading 2, even though it's not a real reading, it's a simulated. That's the only thing I've noticed. It's kind of like, oh, that happened. Well, right. Yep. Then you take it one stage at a time and make sure that it actually comes on when it's supposed to. And that also is you'd be able to step up and transition to tunnel in a tunnel barn, which then you can make sure that's working right too. Not all of this is stuff you'd want to do in the middle of winter, but unless you want your tunnel curtain open and your fans all on. Anyway, just something to think about. No, that's a good question. So yeah, the test menu is really nice for checking out a lot of different things. So one of the things you might find out after doing that output test is that somebody flipped the interlock switches wrong on the toggle switch board. So for open close devices, we interlock the open and close channels together. But if you flip up the wrong dip switches, you might be interlocking a couple fans, and when this one's on, that one can't come on. And that doesn't work quite so well. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do wrong, but it's hard to anticipate what they might be. And then, yeah, once in a while on tech support calls, we do get people who you're just starting from the very, very basic once in a while and walking them through it, which is fine too. No, I'm not saying any of you guys. No. No, you just kind of settle in because it's going to take a little while. That's all. It's no big deal. We're happy to help. Always happy to help. It's just, sometimes you mostly get calls from people with a little higher level of experience, and you don't get there without getting the experience. So there you go. Anyway, no, all questions are good questions. Anything else? It's wide open.
We covered a lot of stuff.
Hopefully it was at least of some use or a good refreshment to some, and maybe at least a quick overview for others. All right, then we wind her up.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I guess that's